then we can present it.
I actually don't have it. I'm not having it.
Then that's fine.
Okay, I always get the audio, so it's good.
You also get it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
See?
Is this working? It's working. Is it needed? Or do we have a small enough room that it's not needed? It's needed for the stream.
We need it for the stream.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I have no trouble with that. So this is a placeholder slide. Now let's switch the settings, and then actually we can switch to the real thing. So normally in the ESC call, we do that every Thursday at 4 p.m. Berlin time. And we have a set of things to discuss there. And typically we are not doing that at the conference. So we have a nominal agenda, and the plan would be to abandon this plan and rather take questions from the audience in case there is something that's... Olivier is typing. But you can see that that's not nice. Okay, let me try to fix this again. Something like this. And keep. And then... And now this is visible, and I can even type and see it myself. It's not good. What should I do? Should I wait for a few more minutes before we start? Yeah, okay. It's not a problem, we can wait a minute. So for those for whom this might be useful information, basically the ESC is a weekly meeting where we can discuss what's ongoing in the project from a technical point of view, and we try to coordinate things so that in case somebody wants to do some larger change, then usually that's proposed there, and then others are aware. It's like if it's larger than just a garage change or something that would just happen. No, I can go on. Great. Okay, thanks. So we try to coordinate, and then the ideal is that this way, with larger changes, everyone is aware of what's ongoing, and then if either just conflicts don't happen due to this, or in case there is some longer mailing list thread or something where it's hard to reach some conclusion, then it seems that putting these people with different views into a call and just discussing that usually is a good tool to have some and decision that's an acceptable outcome for everyone. So is there something that somebody from the audience would like to ask right now from the... Like, I'm not alone, I'm just speaking and usually taking the minutes, but rather we have, I don't know how many people in this course, like a dozen or something like this. And usually, like people with different backgrounds, so let's say it's CAG, then it's Aika or Lubos, or if it's writer, then perhaps Michal or myself have something to say, and then if it's UX, then Heiko might have some view on that, and so on and so on. So there's the idea that there is no person who is an expert on everything, but if there are enough people, then usually we can find somebody who is reasonably expert on that domain. So any questions you would like to ask, or should we answer or something like this, or should we do the more boring part about taking the usual agenda, and then we can just show you how we usually work in calls, and you can see that. Any questions? You vote for the boarding part. Okay, that's fine. How do I do this? I can't type. So. Okay, let's try. Is this working? Yeah, okay, it's working. But it's very direct, and it's the first time I try to speak into a microphone and type at the same time. So for present, we normally do this via Jitsi, and then we have a list of people who is present. one benefit is that in case there is some topic with that needs some actual discussion and decision at the end, it's only useful to have that discussion in case the relevant parties with different views are present in the call. So in this case, basically in person. I don't think I had, yeah, we had this pending action item, Clive, about this app store sync for macOS and Firebird and so on. I assume that got unchanged, right? So that's still pending. You had more important things to do?
It's still pending, but I looked into it and it can be done quite easily. But there also was a concern raised whether we actually should do it. But yeah, I think it's worthwhile doing because otherwise we wouldn't have any option to use an external database on the App Store version by default. And of course, you don't need it for accessing the address book to create a mail merge or similar stuff. So this works without the Java runtime. But yeah. And I also don't think that so many people would actually use a database in the first place. So those would be experienced users who are missing that. And I think for those users, we can let them use the Firebird database.
How do you decide, or how do people decide that a certain item will be on the agenda of the ESC? So we just saw you talk about enabling Firebird as a non-experimental blah, blah, blah. So who put that on the agenda? Is it an ESC member, or is there a procedure for putting things regardless of what you individually want?
In this case, it was via a bug report from a user using the App Store version and not having a database option there, and then it came to the ESC via QA in the form of Cisco. And generally, yeah, everyone can add an item to the agenda, so the preliminary minutes are sent to the mailing list a few days before, and people can add topics there. And of course, the ESC meeting itself, even if it's not in person here, is open to join. So you could also join in person and add the item last minute.
Okay, so just to be clear about this one, it's not that if there is any specific bug, it should be brought to the ESC, but about this one is because, well, it's only specific to the app stores. So, I brought it because I thought that, yeah, ESC should decide on this because it's just something really specific to app stores. But it's not like we discuss normal issues in ESC meetings.
Someone who does QA work, it never occurred to me, oh, maybe I should bring up some issue to the ESC to discuss or to decide. So what would you suggest that people who are involved in QA, what is a good criterion for thinking maybe the ESC would be interested in this?
I mean, many sub-parts of the projects have their own meetings before independent of the ESC. So there's a QA meeting, for example, a design meeting where stuff is discussed. And there you can, of course, raise awareness for the problem already. And there is no fixed rule to follow here, so it's very flexible, and maybe Kenny can also add. And also, in addition to that, the ESC has the QA section, which is at the end of the meeting. So there are things like blockers or very important regressions discussed there as well. So it is not that like, well, I have filed this bug and I'm wondering like what's happening with that. For this, it is not the right thing to introduce it in the ESC, but like if it is something that affects like 500,000 of people, and it was introduced just in the .5 version and really should be fixed for. Then it should be added there to the QA section. This one is out of battery soon, so.
Just wanted to add that Paxilla is the place to discuss issues, most of them. And as Candy said, is if a bug is changed, the priority of the bug is changed to high or highest, then at the end of the ESC minutes, it will be reflected there. But yeah, normally Paxilla is the place to discuss issues. I think it's a low battery, this microphone. That's why it's...
Okay, this one is still working. That's why.
The point is that we try to focus on unusual sense that needs some broader overview from many different parts of the project. And if everything is on track, then we shouldn't waste time. Like these people are experts on their own domain. Their time is very responsive. So if everything is on track, then we should finish in like 20 minutes and just conclude that everything is fine. But if there is a conflict, then it's a very effective tool to make sure that the parties with different views get into the call, have a good discussion, understand the viewpoint of others, and have a conclusion that's then accepted by everyone. And this way, you can mail this thread that will go on forever, and so on and so on. And just talking to each other over like phone or basic calls is usually provoking quite constructive compared to like sitting behind your screen and typing angry words to others. Yeah, exactly. Any other question that we should take? Okay, then I think as a backup plan, we can still get back to where we were with the boring task. So responding action items, well, the related engineering bits. So just say that's not correct.
Yeah, the data correct. So next week is the RC2 format 742, and nothing really to report there. Everything as planned.
The App Store discussion.
For Microsoft App Store, I use that very product information to get the permissions to install the system forms, and yeah, still waiting for that.
That's the last 7.3 release.
Yeah, yes, in the App Store we're still having the 7.3 branch and 7.3.6 currently, and the plan is to update that to the 7.3.7, and then the next 7.4 release is basically do an update to the 7.4.3 then.
But what I want to know is that would be our last 7.3 release, or do we have a 7.3.8?
And no, the 7.3.7 would be the last plan of proper branch. So if one of the my question, I hope it was a proper answer. What?
When you speak louder, and that almost the two
Yeah, no, speakers need to manage the batteries.
Does the ESC is it the main body involved with deciding on what goes into a release or when to make a release? And also how do you decide that we need to go out with a new like minor release? What do you use to make that decision?
So usually the ESC is only involved when it's changes that are done last minute or whether they basically affect big parts of the product. So many processes. Usually we are having the development process that everything goes to master, and there basically everything goes, and then the closer we get to the release to the branch of, the more strict the rules get, and the more approval and policy you need to get to get your late features in. And this is then when we would have people write their stuff that are not quite there, not thinking they can finish, or something that is just a bigger change. They want to have confirmation by the EDC that it's okay to do it.
But how do you decide that something?
How is it decided that a certain change will go into, say, 7.5 rather than 8?
Oh, this is easier to answer because once the branch is done, we basically only accept bug fixes and not new feature.
But when do you create the branch?
Yeah.
So when do you have the cutoff point of, okay, the 8 release, we're going to have another minor release under the 7 line?
I've answered that.
So the LibreOffice has time-based release schedule. So like when is something released is already decided 2 years ago. So the like Clove creates this release schedule like very much in advance for many releases to come. So it is exactly know when the branch is happening. And together with this, so everybody tries to like make the features in time for the branch off and for the feature trees. And if they miss it, there are two possibilities. Either ask the ESC for accepting the late feature, which is one possibility, because like the developer knows, yeah, well, I need just one.
You just like that is one possibility. The developer knows that well, it will be like finished in 1 week or 2 weeks, and so it's up to the ESC to decide. Okay, so it seems like really very probable that it will be really done, and it is not dangerous. So for this specific as a late feature.
came up these days after the emoji one color font was removed, which is again kind of a UX topic, and follows the issue is font installation on the App Store. So emoji font was removed. It is outdated. It is definitely a good move to remove it, but without the font, the introduced toolbar for emojis is pointless. It was made to remove this big toolbar, this feature, for this reason. The idea that all the operating systems provide easy means to insert emojis. I just wanted to bring it up here. It is to remove some, well, it was a GSOC project, not really badly performed, and a lot of work has been done around the emojis. Just looking over the past contribution, I've seen something from Caroline to make this work on Linux. Well, I don't know how big it is. Questions?
Anyway, the emoji one, I don't have a problem with the removed and work there. It's just not something that is not agree with. The system did take emojis for us to be secure now and go customers. Next section, I guess, is the usual crash testing one. Steam and Thunder, you're on the flashing up slide that we're on. Then again, in the dedicated talk, it's a section. The conversion numbers are finally returned to zero as they begin this week.
Conan, can you speak louder and slower?
The conversion numbers are back to zero this week, which is the first time they've been zero in about a year and a half. So that's a good thing. The process fuzz, the fuzzing we're doing on the Google providers process fuzz platform has grown this week from 7 to 9, but they're not crashes, they're timeouts and out of memories, and there's a series there. So we have one outstanding crash that we need to deal with. And then on the internal crash testing we're doing, where we're importing a whole set of documents and exporting a whole set of documents, we've had this big pool of outstanding failures for a while. Even this week they're down. They're down there by 146 masks. They're up 12 by new search. The new has that fixed now. I mean, one of us has it fixed now, so that number is better and the new run number is there usually is. And I think you also have had a fixed Microsoft that went in yesterday. So again, another one of those is clear, so we're making good progress on these documents. We've had a lot of new documents from systems. Documents, introduction documents, Cisco found on previous forms that we added to our documents. That made our numbers jump up for quite a while. We had a long process of trying to get it under control. It also brought up the fact that the whole set of other bugs that we've discovered during that, because of what happened if we run out of 10 spaces that were leaking 10 files and things like that. So there's a whole set of issues that were unrelated to importing and export that were flushed out of the process. So that's good to know.
Cisco, over to you for crash reporting.
Yeah, so normally what I do in this list is we have these links to the crash report for each of the newest versions. So basically I just to the left of each list of numbers I have the one from this week, because we Okay, anyway, yeah, so then I to check previous versions against the newest version to see if there is a cross report which is a regression or if we fix some of them. So I just ran this script and I found that in 7.4 branch we have this class report, this void RTL release, which at the moment is the most reported crash in 7.4.1. And yeah, then you can go here to this website and look for each of, click on one of the reports, and then you have the logs there.
It's a wholly object deletion, so it's not something that I can instantly recognize.
This is the way.
And this is the usual case, but we don't have clear steps to introduce this, right?
And now you go back to the signature where you have other reports. Then there is a tab there, and it says bugs. So normally when there is a bug associated to this crash signature, then you can click it and it goes to Maxilla, and then normally in Maxilla you have the steps. But yeah, normally the problem we have is that unless we have the steps to reproduce this crash, then it's not easy to fix it. But at least we know that it was introduced in 7.4, so we are maybe looking at the traces sometimes we can't know when it was introduced.
Let's wrap this up quickly because I don't want to delay the topic anymore. So furthermore, what we usually have is we have a section on mentoring, then what changes got abandoned, and perhaps there is something useful there. Then there is a new one. This is not the usual one about LibreOffice Online. So that's something that we will seriously discuss next week. Because it's not the right time to discuss it here, and we got to finish quickly. There is a QA update. There are 2 bugs were selected this week. One is something that's quite lower, so perhaps we can widen now here and we will take a look. And the other one is something more open-ended because it's not a regression, so we don't instantly have a different person.
I'm talking about that one. And I want to talk about text layout.
Yeah. And then we have a QA stats are done where usually Cisco reviews that and says if that's business as usual or something special. Like a color fixing 13 bugs in a week, that's quite impressive. Yeah, we should thank him. Something like this. Sorry, we ran out of time, but you see who are the usual suspects when within the ESC. So do come to us during the conference and ask questions in case something is something is still unclear or you want to ask something.
Listed, you're just typing there about a bug you listed as a new high severity bug, but it's rather an old bug.
So there is a criteria on how bug became high severity, and the script is generating this. Sometimes Cisco is manually removing not relevant entries here, but it also can happen that over time the interest from people is accumulating. So at some point this hits the criteria.
Like with the duplicates, for example?
Yeah. Or so it might not be a regression, but the easy case is if it was broken relatively recently by somebody who is still around, because then we can ask him a favor to take a look. Thanks. Sorry, we ran out of time, so we will finish this here. Thanks.
Now it's going through all of them again, searching.
Sorry for the technical difficulties. Yeah, but we can now continue with the next talk. And yeah, please go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay, let's get started. My title is Using Graph Theory. Let's look at the action, modification, and removal of features in all versions of LibreOffice. Who am I? I'm Koji Nora from Japan. I'm an Info.j graph database. Do you know the graph database? Please raise your hand. Oh, thank you. I'm an Info.j graph database and a graph quantity MVP, Info.j speaker and engineer. And I learned LibreOffice, Japanese LibreOffice, and I like coffee. Okay. And the agenda in today's agenda, graph theory, and second, three graphics. One is timeline, second is mathematical functions, third, calc functions. Okay, in this presentation, the number of data has been reduced. Why version builds are needed? Do you have any of these questions? Available version, driven or how UI or not all fonts. And that is most my favorite questions. When it is when it's old version of Lingo language, or when is it removed fonts or functions, and Excel versus calc functions. Okay, well, I talk about graph theory. Okay, graph is equal relationship and nodes. And just three components. Relationship is a row. Okay, arrow here, you can see. And nodes, the circle, red or blue line, or dark red. And this graph is this graph, Java 11 and Java 17. This is a 17, Java 17, Java 11. So this function is here. You see the dark red function. Okay, this is easy to find the modification function. I use the tools at this time, LibreOffice this time near J, forward 4.11. So you can use Amazon Lecture or other graph database. First, timeline. Okay, this is a famous timeline of the offices. Okay, let's start with Star Office. I choose data from Star Office and LibreOffice and the LibreOffice. This is simple data of timeline. Name, Office org, and sometimes Oracle Office and Azure Office. 1.1 to 4.1. And LibreOffice 3.3.3 to 7.4. And Starfish is here. This is the data. So I input the data to graph database. This is a graph. Okay, just each product is separate office name. So I add the timeline into timeline to the fork relationship. The Star Office 5.2 to Office or 638C to 1.0 or blah blah blah. Okay, I added the relationship, so you can see a good graph here. And this is from Office Blue one to LibreOffice this one. And this line is Oracle Office return to Blue one. To Blue is Apache Office. It's easy to understand. And the 4.0 4 something, and the Apache 4 something, the fork. Okay, and the next mathematical functions. Excel and LibreOffice functions. I compared the functions. Just about 50 functions from A to B, not Z. This is a data of web Excel. Like this. It's not good for take a good data. Something this web says Excel 207. This is step. This statistical function or something like compatibility function. It's easy to read for human, but it's not good computer. Okay, I get the data from here and leave it patch. It's easy to change the data here. This is the function name, ABS function or ACC function or something like that. And version from Excel 2013. What type is here, and description is here. This is Excel data. Some Excel from LibreOffice. This is from LibreOffice 7.4 help. This is a function name, ABS, and this description returns some blah, blah, blah. Okay, this is data of LibreOffice is here. Function name, version type, port type, description. So this is Excel graph is here. This is a LibreOffice graph here. So this is the last graph is here. Green one is LibreOffice functions is here. Function name A to B. Okay, and orange is Excel function. Excel function is formula function. You see a formula. Formula is here. 46 same functions, but 4 different functions. It's easy to find the function. And third one, next, release notes. Release notes pages here. A lot of release note has a lot of multi-language, English, Japanese, or something like that. And release note, lot of versions from 3 to 7. LibreOffice 3 and 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, and LibreOffice 7, 7.4 to 7.5. Okay, and the 7.4 has many languages. Lot of languages. Okay, this time is focused on font and languages. In which version did the font languages change? Naoto or Klingon? So I imported the font release note from web and additional information, add or change or remove. Okay, this is the font functions graph is here. Green one is LibreOffice 6.4. So font category is here with the brown one, and the winner is red. This font opens and something winner, and add 3 fonts here. Noto fonts and Hebrew fonts and Arabic fonts. Okay. Okay, what's next? I hope to try. I hope to import all release notes from web. Use ETL tools like a batch hook or something like that. And all languages of the release note. I hope to import all languages and all release notes into the one and compare all release, release, add, or modify, or remove. Okay. This is really fast presentation. And if you have questions, please speak with easy English.
Any questions? Thoughts? We have a couple of minutes. Who's up next? It is.
Thank you very much.
waiting to hear from Noel. He's going to join us via Jitsi. We tried to call him. tried pinging him on my else. Is anybody else who knows recently? That he was think that microphone isn't the best. So you can try.
Yeah, I really don't think.
Okay. Then.
Oh.
One more minute. We are live on YouTube. Hello, YouTube.
Come closer, I'm not gonna bite you. See, look at Thomas here, he's brave, he's in second row.
Okay, we're live. Lubasz. Lubasz is called Designing a Better API, please.
So, hello. And since you two seem to be kind of sleepy, let's start with something interactive again. Some of you may remember from Spain. The rules are simple. You will get 3 questions about LibreOffice code. If you get the question, if you get your answer right, you get 1 point. And if you somehow happen to get all 3 questions right, then you will be the perfect all-knowing LibreOffice developer, which you probably won't. So, ready? So, this is trivial code. I'm just interested if I set up callbacks this way. This is from the LibreOffice View Kit code. If I set up the callbacks this way, which of those callbacks will be called? So, I will just go first through the questions and we will get the answers afterwards. So, does somebody still need more time? All clear? Oh, come on, say somebody something. Huh? Oh, okay, so, sorry, if you haven't finished too late. The second question. This is from Calc. You may not be exactly familiar with the functions, so I will actually show you the prototypes. So, and we have this simple question, which of the specific code is kind of made up. It's based on more complex real code. But the question is, which of these functions will actually modify the compiler instance? that should be probably simple, so I guess this is enough time. And the last one, true or false, and just so it's not 50-50, why true or false?
Yeah, it's always unclear, I know the problem. So you don't know if specific question asks for R1 in R2 or the other way around.
Well, that's just one of the problems. It's actually not all the problems there are more of them. Does somebody still want more time to think about this? Okay, so raise your hands. How many of you, yeah, let's start from the bottom. How many of you think you have 0 correct answers? Okay, I saw a few hands. How many of you hope you have 1 correct answer? Oh, I'm waiting for the 2 or 3. So 2 correct answers? 3 correct answers?
I check this inside every time to know how, in which order it is checked.
Okay, so how many of you are too shy to raise your hand? Raise your hand now. I'm still missing like half of the people here. Anyway, so as some of you may know, I repeatedly keep bitching about the code being unreadable. All of these are actually real examples. I wasted some time on trying to figure out. I have also fixed some of them. So I had a talk in Spain about this. I'm going to have a slightly different one this time because apparently they still can use some repeating. So, yeah, I mean, I think the question about if code readability matters, it kind of does, especially when we're looking at some code we don't quite understand and we keep cursing and we spend like one day looking at it and so on. Kind of the problem is here that it's not really compulsory, right? If you don't get the syntax right, it just won't compile. The compiler, like, you cannot talk it down, it just won't work. If you get the functionality wrong, it just will crash. I mean, that's not as strict because we have all the bugs about code not being right. But still, that's like sort of required that it works, but like you can write messy code and if it gives the right detail, it's sort of optional and we don't have the time. But of course then it adds up and then we make things worse over time. It's kind of an investment. If you waste your time today making it better, then you get the time back later. And of course, this is something that spreads because we got a lot of code which is poorly written and there is kind of the compelling to be consistent with the code or just sometimes we don't quite understand so we copy and paste it so the stuff propagates and there are quite many examples which are showing kind of poor practice. I will include some examples from the standard library, which also could use some improvement here and there. Like, if you have this empty example, I guess we all know that it's a check, but let's say it's not STL, or you just don't happen to know. How are you supposed to know from just looking at the code? And you are, for example, looking at the code in Gerrit, which will not give you any hints. How are you supposed to know if it's a check, or if you are actually asking the vector to become empty and you are checking if the operation was successful? So, I would like to talk about various stuff I have run into. why it's bad and how those could be possibly done better. Hopefully some of that will stick in your minds, and if you see some code, when writing your code, you will do better, and if you see old code, hopefully you will feel like maybe improving the stuff a bit so that the next, well, somebody will have suffered sooner or later, so maybe you will be in the mood, the person, to stop the suffering. So, as I said, this stuff is sort of optional, and other the complicated stuff about it, that it's, at least to some extent, a matter of taste. Like, you can have your personal opinion on the syntax, but if the compiler doesn't agree, then you can have your opinion all you want, and it doesn't matter. But like style, people have different ideas. So I don't want to call these rules, but they are not really rules. They are more like recommendations and like apply your judgment. And this is some of the things. I don't want to also do specific rules, because rules like just say do this, but I would like to also say like why you should do this stuff. So this is meant to be like a bit more like more high level, and some of the rules should kind of be implied by this. So let's go on some examples. Let's have some of the, oh yeah, this is what, I was reordering the slide, so I wasn't expecting this one. One of the good reasons why I also care about code readability is that actually you spend a lot more time reading the code rather than writing it. Kind of when we are writing the code, we are like focused on writing it, and we are lazy, so we kind of have the tendency to make the easy writer, but since we will end up reading it a lot more, it will come back to bite us. Yeah, I had this example, for example, if you know from base case, the matrix, it just calls its element A, B, C, D, E, F, and the next are hard-coded, but if you see code like matrix.E, how many of you know, if I didn't show you, how many of you would know which one is matrix E? Which one of the, yeah, after counting, right. But it's much simpler if you can read that it's scale X.
That's interesting that you mentioned that, because 2 days ago I stumbled over that, and the comment in the header file says someone has edited as compatibility for SVG or something, so I don't know why it's there. I was wondering myself.
I don't care if, maybe this is useful for some cases, but most of the time, if I want to use a matrix in LibreOffice, I want to use it for the usual stuff. I want to scale, rotate, and translate.
No, I agree. Like I say, I don't know why someone added that.
So, but
it was not in the original code, I know that.
okay, so let's see how well you actually scored. So please don't be shy and raise your hand for true. You have 50-50 chance. So true? No one. Okay, 2, 3, true? Okay, so the next is false. Can somebody explain why it's false? Well, it doesn't matter because you're wrong. It's true. Yeah, that's kind of the point of the question. There are 3 questions. So one of the rules I would like to have is that ideally you should be able to read the code and just get what it does just from reading it. So everybody probably look at it as if R1 is inside R2, but that's actually not what the function does. You are asking R1 if R2 is inside of it. So it actually does the opposite of what it does. That's one of the tricks which was there. This doesn't exist anymore. I've already fixed it. The function is now called contains. If R1 contains are true. Now it's obvious that it's, well, actually it's not obvious because there is other problem. So if you have the number, what do the numbers actually mean? You have 4 numbers, and there are many ways to specify the rectangle. So, like the second one, is it 20 pixels wide? Is it maybe 10 pixels wide, even? So this is actually, it's coordinates. It's not with height, it's 1 point, second point. That's why actually it's true, because the second one is inside the first one, because it's coordinates, it's not width. Again, this can be easily improved. You can, for example, remove the first constructor and just force this one. If you explicitly have to specify the point and the size, then it's obvious. Or we can do, for example, as Skia does, it doesn't allow such constructors. You have to call static functions which use the name. Now you can see obviously what the 4 numbers mean. And this can be applied to more various constructors which have like a bunch of numbers or a bunch of arguments. So yeah, another 3 questions. So which of the functions modify the object? Let's raise hands for none. Oh, come on, Kairon. You know it's a trick question. Raise hands for all of them. And just 3 of them. Oh, I see I have scared all of you, like nobody's even trying. So the correct answer is all of them. Right now, I mean, obviously, again, this is reading. It looks like it's checking what the value is, but this code also doesn't exist anymore. Now all the is are replaced by parse, because that's what the function actually does. This one tries to parse the value in the string. That's why it modifies it. And this one is const because the result variable, somebody noticed a small problem with the const, so the result is mutable. Yeah, so. Again, another important rule which somehow people seem to miss, it should do what it seems to say, what seems to be the logical explanation for the code. So if it kind of says that is value, it should just check if it is value and not set something. Somebody also apparently did not quite understand what const and immutable mean. The language says that the object doesn't change. The way I understand const, it means that for the outside, the object conceptually doesn't matter. If you, for example, have some internal cache, that one can change, but from the outside, the object doesn't change. And for these objects which change without changing, without making a visible outside change, those should be mutable. That's why it was wrong, because it was using mutable for something which was visible from outside. Another expected stuff, we have class for reading bitmaps by pixels. You have function, you can access it using scan lines, and somebody tried to be consistent, so if a function get pixel, you get the y argument first again. I have got it wrong so many times. And finally, which callbacks get called? Will somebody still raise hand, or should we just skip this? Does somebody want us to tell the answer?
Go ahead, tell us.
I mean, this is normal code. It's in the code base. All of you sometimes deal with it. Yeah, it's the last one. It kind of suggests that it registers callbacks, but this is kind of, again, more or less repeating the same idea. The names should actually say what it says. This does not register a callback, it sets a callback. The note below is also sometimes it's kind of confusing. Sometimes people tend to name things differently. For example, this is again a matter of taste thing, but I personally think function should be called get only if it actually gets the data. Like maybe if it reads it from disk or something. If it's a simple accessor, it should not say get because it just does trivial stuff. It matters, for example, for performance, because you can see from the function how you can, or rather you can guess how complicated it is. But this is one of the many things which are matter of taste, and people will disagree. And I kind of think LibreOffice code base is kind of lost on this one because we have so many get functions which are just one-liners. But I wanted to mention it. I have some more examples, like this is kind of the same rule, or the same recommendation, just different technical means to get there. I suggest avoiding very generic terms, for example, like calling classes data or whatever. It's generally a bad idea because when somebody will be looking at it, what does it actually mean like data? Everything is a data. I also generally don't like use of the auto keyword because if you look at the code, unless it's obvious from the code, what does it mean? You will need to find out like here, what is the type? I personally use auto only for generics, if they need it, or if the code sometimes make it obvious, like if it's the begin end iterators, yeah, okay, it's auto because nobody cares what the actual type is, but sometimes we do. The other section is various like magic, mysterious values, like having, there's an example of code from Noel. In a writer you can call get content node, but sometimes you can say false. If you look just at the code, what does the false mean? You need to look at the function. So here in the function, you still need to understand what point and mark mean, but those are writer terms. If you actually look at the code, that's easier to remember what point and mark is. You don't need to remember what each true or false means. The same VCL has XOR mode, and you can say true, false, and you can do 3 combinations of true or false there. And you need to look at what that actually means. During writing the SCA backend, when I do it internally, I use enum. This is much more readable. You look at it and you see that you won't just invert, which is the same like here, but how many of you know that this is asking just to invert? And this can apply even to plain booleans. Sometimes it's better to use enum with just 2 values because it's obvious. Like, for example, case sensitive, yes, no, it's better than true, false, because who knows? I mean, for commonly used functions, okay, you can remember it, but if it's not commonly used function, it's much better to just see there and read it. And yeah, every programmer tries to be smart sometimes, and we then end up outsmarting other people or even ourselves later. I personally remember some cases when I was looking at some code thinking, who was the idiot who wrote this code? And I look at Git log and it was me like 5 years ago when I was trying to be really clever. So, I mean, you have probably all been in cases when you were struggling with writing code, but I have usually struggled more when trying to read code because it often is harder. So if you try really hard to write something clever, then it will be too clever for you to later read back. So there's this rule about keeping simple and stupid. These are, again, real examples, like nice string operators that kind of write random values because you need to check what the type is. I have even seen assigning to a return from getX. I don't know where I got it from, but I remember it so well that even though I have forgotten the place, I remember being totally confused by it. Yeah. There were just some examples. We can have some rules which get implied from this. Of course, these are the theoretic ideals. In reality, we sometimes don't have the time. There's deadline, or we just don't need to do all the stuff right now. So there also, as I said, it's a matter of days. We need to argue with the other persons, and it's just not worth it. And in reality, nothing is perfect. So whatever API we design, there's going to be some problem. So we need to stop sometimes. But as I said in the beginning, this is an investment. Your colleagues will think less often you're an idiot if you write better code. That sometimes may help. And if you don't really care what your colleagues think of you, it can save you at least the problem of thinking that you yourself are idiot. If you find yourself in git log, I still remember that time. Prefer not to, but it happened. And yeah, so if you don't care about us, at least be selfish and think of yourself in a year. It will come back, even to you. And even after all this stuff, it can be difficult to agree on stuff. Sometimes people have ideas, it looks nice, and then somebody else comes and has a completely different idea. Just when writing this, I ran into an idea which I ran into recently. I would like to comment on how there is theory and then just somebody comes. You may have noticed in last couple of years, people writing the const in a kind of strange place, not const point reference, but point const reference. And this is supposedly a good idea, and you can find an explanation that it's more consistent, it has a simpler rule, and probably something else. So people are starting to use it, and I was like, when I first saw it, this is weird, but those are good arguments, but now I don't see it that way. So and this is again, for example, it's not intuitive unless you happen to hablar Espanol or one of those languages. You usually put modifiers first. So you don't. I mean, how many times have you greeted somebody today by saying "morning good"? We just don't think like that. It's also not really consistent because how many people put static somewhere else. And finally, this is why sometimes people try to have good ideas but end up with bad ideas because sometimes the stuff is hard and there's a misunderstanding. I think this better rule about putting const to the right comes from not actually understanding the rules for parsing C declarations, which admittedly is quite a mess. Kennedy and Ritchie, I think, messed up that one, but that's what it is. So one rule is if you put const always to the right of the thing, then you always know it applies to the thing on the left. But that, I think, comes from somebody who doesn't know the rules, because the actual rule is there is no rule, just use the existing rules. Because if you can read this stuff, you know what's on the left is the value, what's on the right is the pointer. So it applies here as well. This const means that the integer that the pointer points to is const. This const means that the pointer itself in const. No need for that extra rule. Yeah, I know, this is the last slide I just wanted. So this is complicated. We are all humans, so we mess up, so we still will be handling the code that was written by people 20 years ago. By the way, I had it on the slides. I don't know if there is somebody responsible for documentation. While doing this, I noticed that we link to the OpenOffice org style guide by saying that it's trusty old guide or something like. Can somebody please fix it? Like that's old stuff, some of it. Based on those rules, some of the really broken code was written. Can we like link to it by saying this is for historical rules and maybe we don't need to follow it? Because if we forever try to be consistent with the stuff that was written decades ago, it will keep being a mess. If you just go to wiki development, it says trusty old OpenOffice guidelines, something like that. If you can just have like a jumper page which says these are not our guidelines, that's how the code was written originally, you don't really need to, something like that. Yeah, I know, but this page is big enough that I just wanted to at least say it publicly without just, maybe somebody has a different opinion on the guidelines. Yeah, it's kind of it. I hope that this was some of it useful. Kind of, now that I look at it, it sounded a bit like a rant, but I hope some of it has been useful. Maybe like next time you will feel too lazy to write something properly. Maybe like you'll think of this rant and maybe you'll think better of it, hopefully. Well, so it's been useful. Do we still have time for questions?
Well, it's 4 o'clock. Wilson, you can come up and get ready. We'll talk.
Well,
and in the meantime, if there are any questions...
If somebody has stopped being shy and actually has a question, you can ask. Other questions? Yeah, okay. So, thank you for your attention.
So you got 2 for the price of 1. Björn was a colleague from city of Munich who's around, and it wasn't clear before, so he's actually one of the Wormux authors, so he's a much better person to tell you everything. So just a kind of decoration. Stefan, you made it. Awesome. Buys me another 30 minutes to fix slides.
Sometimes we need to press the source, but the source, but this should be right.
Don't touch anything anymore.
Stay still.
Okay, so let's go. Yes, welcome to this. So we actually tricked you. So we said maintaining a complex Java extension, but we actually meant maintaining Volmux. So how that was done, what were the challenges, what's the history there, what's the like feature set, like what is it in the first place, so you get the whole shebang. and some outlook, like we got some plans there, what to do with it. Yeah, welcome also Björn. As I said, one of the Volmux authors happens to be here in Italy, accidentally, and I'm very glad to have you explaining all the gory details.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Thorsten, for the invitation. The integration, I feel a bit new in the whole LibreOffice community. So yeah, I'm going to start with the agenda. And we are going to start with the history and the architecture of the Volmux. So I jump to the next page. So a few words to the history of Volmux. It's a bit time ago. It was 2004. That Munich, in Munich they had Windows NT, Windows 2000, and yeah, they decided to migrate and to use Linux. Oh, Linux. And yes, this was in 2004, and yeah, so every departure needs some management for forms, and yeah, I come to this point later. So they started to develop the Volmux. We have some key major changes. For example, in 2013 or 2012 to 2013, there was the migration from OpenOffice 3.1. Is that right? OpenOffice 3.1.
Does that work? Oh yes, it does.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it was 3.1-ish or something. So it was not the very latest OpenOffice version. So history, of course, is that the Linux project started with OpenOffice, and then there was a relatively long period of migration, and I think the first production Volmux was 2008 or something.
Mm-hmm.
And it was also the first time that the source was published. So we're kind of skipping ahead here and skipping most of the OpenOffice details.
Okay, so the next, you could say what's coming after 2030. For example, 2014, 2016, there were a lot of new features that every department, that some department needs. So this is more bug fixing features. And the next.
And actually, if you look at the amount of changes, the migration from OpenOffice to LibreOffice 3.6 in that case was quite massive. So there was some, the one single, there were two releases that were really quite large, and that was one of them. For obvious reasons, we did change quite a bit in LibreOffice back in the day. So that it was reflected in Volmux.
So we are next. Yeah, then 2017, Munich announces to return to Microsoft. But yeah, the Volmux, it's platform independent. So we continue to this time, we also first communicate with Allotropia and ZIP to hand over the volumes at some time. So, yeah, moving from Ant to Maven, the whole build system, Git was added, and yeah, the next big change was we want to go away from Java Swing to the native LibreOffice controls. We are coming to this point later, and we added the integration of the form UI. So when you have a form, you have to fill out the form in some way, and this was in an extra separate window because of the Java UI, Java Swing UI, and we integrated it in the LibreOffice sidebar. Yes, that's the history.
Right, and also the last one is one of the largest. That's actually from a single release. The step from 17 to 18 was the largest with 96K lines touched repeatedly sometimes. So it was quite a large cleanup there and large leap ahead. What's interesting is that the time frames, when you look like when it was announced and decided to migrate, and let's say how long the project still continues, and also how much. Sorry. That might be better. And how much work is still invested there. Right. So yeah, I think that is, you wanted to cover that. I forgot. So let's maybe skip over that quickly. So basically it's Java. And it's an extension, so that's those two design decisions that were they're kind of unmodifiable. Can't really get out of that without dumping everything. And that's kind of decision like mid 2000 due to the fact that they wanted something integrated with OpenOffice back in the day, and Java was kind of a nice language cross-platform, so you could. It was already then that when they migrated from Windows to Linux that they needed cross-platform functionality. And quite some cool stuff there. And Python wasn't quite there yet in terms of ubiquitous availability and also like quality of implementation. So Java was a very obvious choice. Very quickly, the reason for that, there was also a very nice and good thing that happened already. Because that's kind of, yeah, let's say, technical depth with quite some fallout, like very brittle, due to the fact that Java Swing has a separate GUI thread or a separate event handling, and it all has to happen in a GUI thread, so you had lots of threads switching there in the implementation and subsequently deadlocks and lots of workarounds for that. So. Yeah, just long story short, that's good riddance to that, and it's good that it's gone. And it's also less code, which is always good. So why this thing in the first place? That's also kind of a bit shrouded in secrecy, but broadly the decision was to have, there was nothing before. So there was a disjoint set of proprietary solutions, and of course that had to go with this decision to go to migrate to Linux, that had to be replaced with something, and there was nothing available for Linux, and there was what was there before for Windows was also not very nice because it was kind of disjoint. So they kind of set off and decided to do something nicely integrated. And yeah, there should be like all this kind of what you can do with documents and templates that should be all like in one suite. Like the letterheads, how to handle that, like what's the name, what's your extension, when something changes, like, I don't know, city gets a new logo, a new design, the form templates and the mail merge should all be in, because it's logically very, very close to each other. And it should integrate very deeply with the Office suite. And it had to be open source, which is great. And it's licensed since 2008 under the European Union Public License, EUPL, which is a copyleft, we copyleft license, also very nice and compatible to what LibreOffice does. And with that, back to Björn.
Thank you. And we thought it would be nice that we can show something in practical, a small demo. Oh. So I show an example for the mail merge. And yeah, it's a very simple text.
So just to draw your attention to the fact that the sidebar is doing something very custom here.
Yes, the sidebar, it's you have a config for every client. It's hosted on it's a Linux hosted server where it's received his config, and yeah, this is just a basic config with a letterhead and some other examples. And this icon is for the mail merge, and so you can it supports an ODS file or database, could be MySQL, could be Oracle, doesn't really matter. And so I have now it's not a database. It's simply a file with 1,000 data sets. That's random names and some other things. And yes, and what you can do now is you can simply, as it reads the header of the ODS file, first name and so on, and you can simply choose it in the mail merge UI here. So you can just set it in the document what on the cursor position. And you have some special fields which are functions in the Volmux. For example, it's the you can do an if condition. I have set here in the data source here's number of children, some values, and here I have an if condition that you can set, and that's widely used in our department. Sorry. So when it reads the data source, and when a number of children is null, then you get €50, and when you have one child, then it's €100, and so on. It's just a simple example, but that's one thing that's heavily mostly used. So you have a preview function, and I quickly go through some data sets. And you can see here, it depends what the value is in the data source and what we have set in the if condition, and yeah, it will be set in the document. So we are mostly finished, and I select here, you can select how many data sets it should print or generate. You can select them an ODT or PDF, and I will take just 10 of them.
And you notice that it's mail merge, so it's essentially the same like LibreOffice has built in, just with lots and lots and lots of extra bells and whistles, kind of geared towards like complex needs. So it's kind of the pro version of that, and kind of makes sense to have that as an extension rather than have the complexity there for everyone. So yeah, and same is true for other features of that.
Okay, so I have to do a quick look. What's the next page? So I have another document. It's where it's a form. So it's a quick demonstration of how forms are filled out, and some functionality behind that. For example, you have what's also widely used are visibilities. So you have some condition that comes from a field here, or from the database, and you will or it turns on visibility on or off, depending on the value. For example, you have a combo box here, and I will choose this one, and you can see here you have now another text fragment that will be shown depending on what I'm selecting here, and what I select here. That's a feature which is widely used.
And one more comment. So the metadata that controls all of that behavior, that's included in the templates and the ODF files, and it's implemented as RDF. So it kind of survives load and save. It's always like connected to the document. Kind of nice demo of the power of the extensibility, really, of both LibreOffice and ODF now.
For example, this is the RDF file, and you can see what is generated. Of course, you don't write such things all by hand. You have it's a part of the Volmux. It's part of the Volmux is the Formux, and this is the tool where you create a form and can adapt functions. You can set functions.
It even comes with documentation.
Even with a homepage, volmux.org. should show how you can mix documents to one final document, so you can insert fragments in the main document, and so when you have, for example, there's a new legal new paragraph for something, you don't need to change the whole document. You can change the fragment, and that will be loaded in the main document, so it's easier to maintain.
It's a bit like if you are a programmer, it's a bit like includes. So you just have one copy of this footer, and if your board changes, you don't need to change 100 templates. You just change the one include, and then get it for free, or the logo of your company or of your city.
Yes, it has an integration for LDAP. So in the letterhead, if some employee at the Munich department needs to send a letter to someone, it will be automatically filled by the values which are in the LDAP database, and so it will be filled out in the letterhead. Yes, and to the last point, create result template for workflow. So yeah, you can control it if some value in the database is true, and you can insert. It will be inserted another fragment to the main document. Yes. No question.
So, given that we're running slowly out of time, so all of that. So, first of all, personally, I'm, as you might have heard, I'm a great fan, because that's kind of super powerful. You find that there's professional packages that offer you that, but they are kind of really expensive, and they're used by banks and other institutions that do a lot of produce a lot of documents, like a government. But none of that is open source. There are a few open source solutions, but none of that that I would know is as nicely integrated with LibreOffice as something that is usually in front of the user's eye. So the idea was that with this slowly coming to an end, this project, that it would be a good idea at least to ask the Document Foundation if they would take over the project. There are still users out there, so mostly smaller municipalities that we know of. But as always with open source, you usually don't know who's using your software unless something breaks or unless maintenance stops, and then people will kind of show up and say, aha, but can you fix the bug, or we need this. So yeah, that was the idea, that it would be kind of a nice match where actually TDF is already hosting the website and I believe the wiki since 2012 or something. So there's already kind of strong ties. The pitch would be like it's extremely nice showcase for what is possible with ODF, and as an extension, kind of. I mean, you have extensions that use one feature, but that's an extension that kind of uses all the features, including the sidebar. It's been in continuous development. There's been quite some cleanup recently, so that it's kind of reasonably future-proofish code. Nice success story, beyond the fact that sadly Munich is migrating away, but I mean, it's in production since 2008, so that it should count for something. And no, that's the third largest city in Germany. Yeah. Okay. That's probably applause. Yeah, and it's kind of like, so it's kind of one-stop shop in terms of this, like what you need for everything that produces documents. So you can do it all there in one place. And there is some commitment from the city of Munich and also from my company, because yeah, I think it's a great piece of software, and I do believe that that has a future, and that there might even be business there that once it's a TDF and perhaps a bit cleaned up and a bit less German, and yeah, that there's other people getting interested in that, or that those people that are still using it say, yeah, well, we might need some support or maintenance there. So there's some commitment for cleanup and improvement, and also a limited commitment to maintain that for at least a year or two, so that it's not like code dump and run away. And with that, we're 1 minute over. So if you've got any questions, maybe that's something for the hallway. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, should work. Hi everyone, hope you had a nice day so far. I myself spent most of the day sitting on a train going through the Alps. I planned to do that yesterday, but such as plans and trains and everything. But now I'm here, and let's try with this. Is that okay? Yeah, okay. Yes, I wanted to give you a short talk on something about our Jenkins installation that you probably all know and love, and how and why it kills your runaway test jobs, and what information you then can get out of that if it killed your beautiful garage change. And maybe you're even responsible for that. Most of the time it's just these flaky tests that cause the jobs that won't stop and need to be killed. May I ask who of you is comfortable with seeing such a kill wrapper incident and looking at the data and making any sense of the data that gets presented? A bit. Okay, so I hope I'll enlighten the rest today. Maybe that works out and you're less scary about the monstrous output you see there. So I'll split this in two parts. First, I give a short explanation of what the issue is, and then in the second part, I'll talk about the information that you see there and how to make sense of it, maybe. So yes, Jenkins, I guess I know most of you, all of you, developers using Garrett, using our CI, using Jenkins. That's good, and yeah, sure, Jenkins is just working wonderful for us with all these builds, tons of builds it does every day. We use it for Garrett. I think we use it for all the tinderboxes by now. I don't know if there's any. No, everyone, yeah. On our platforms, of course, that we support Linux, including Android, Mac, Windows. So yeah, most of it is just fine weather and it works. But there's there's a couple of issues actually with Jenkins, of course. If you submit too many Garrett changes, then Jenkins gets overloaded. If one of the Windows or one of the Mac builders has an issue and a hiccup and goes offline, then we have too few of those. And then Clough needs to hit the reset button and everything is fine again. But there's one intrinsic issue with every kind of the CI job running, is that we can't solve the halting problem still. So we still have the issue that we don't know if your Garrett change will execute in finite time. So we have to somehow work around that. And even if we could solve the halting problem and we'd know that this job would be solved in until the end of the universe, that wouldn't help. We want to have these results quickly, so we need to have some upper limit on how long these jobs run, and if they take longer than an hour. Or what we actually do implement there is that we check for fresh output on standard out or standard error. So if your job is still running and generating more output, and if it doesn't do for a specifiable amount of time, then we declare it dead and to be killed. And that works quite reasonable and quite well. As I said, there's occasional flaky runs where some of the tests hang for whatever bad reason, because there's still some race in the code that just hits 1 out of 100 or 1 out of 1,000 builds, and then of course you experience that every once in a while. But of course you could also have a change, a Garrett change that you wrote, and that introduces something that systematically hangs, and you would then experience that in your Garrett changes Jenkins build, and then would have to look into the output of the CI and see why it hangs, if you can't reproduce it locally, maybe because it only hangs on Linux, say, and you work on Mac or whatever. So if you look into a Jenkins job, that's effectively the make call that you also do on for yourself in your local build environment. And that make, what I want to get at is that there's a huge amount of processes happening while such a job is going on. So the first make recursively spawns make again for some reason. Then you have the recipes that are all executed, of course, in more or less in parallel. So you have lots of these recipes being executed. Each of them has these shell script lines, so you spawn a shell process. Then there's parentheses parts in these, for example, so you spawn another shell, then you have a JUnit test, say, that spawns a Java process. That Java process then goes on to, these are these remote tests where a Java process forks a full office and then tries to tell the office via uno commands what to do. So the Java process spawns an S-Office process. That one then executes that OO splash thing that shows the splash screen, which we have for like historic reasons. Nobody ever cleaned that up. And then that spawns the true S-Office.bin executable. So yeah, lots of processes hanging around there, and you can imagine if we have a job that stops working, so there's hung processes, then there may still be lots of these hung processes, and we need to make sure that all of them get killed. We want to get to a clean state again. Of course, we don't want to have any leftover hung processes. And I'll show you how the way Jenkins natively does that is not quite up to its task. So we had issues with that in the past, because what a test looked like this Java test I just showed, where you have the Java process spawning the S-Office bin thing, and these two communicate with one another via a pipe, and also the S-Office. So whenever you start in Office, it looks whether there's already another Office running, because we can always only have one Office running per user installation, and each test has its own user installation in the work tier somewhere, but this one gets reused. So when you have two Jenkins runs, and there's a leftover S-Office process from the old one, and it still has its user profile named pipe open where it listens on new connections. So if another S-Office starts for the same user installation, then it sees, oh, there's already another process that has this pipe with a special name open. So I'm not going to do anything but terminate and tell the other over the pipe that it shall do. But that other is the hung job from the old Jenkins job. So it won't do anything, but you don't know. So your new Jenkins job will also hang, because it thinks, there's. So in the end, the Java test will then tell the hung old S-Office to do anything, and it will still not do anything. So the new test gets hung as well, and your job will also get killed, because there was another completely independent Jenkins job run before you that happened to get killed, but it didn't kill everything of that, because Jenkins didn't know how to kill everything. And it just happened that there was an old S-Office process hanging around from the previous Java unit test, and now your Java unit test hangs as well. So bad luck. What we needed to do then was to manually log into those machines and kill off all the processes that still hung around, the zombie processes, which was not that much fun. So because the issue with Jenkins is that it's written in Java, which is nice, it can run anywhere, everywhere. But the problem, of course, is that it has rather poor capabilities of how to terminate all these processes that I showed that are, so each Jenkins job has these, like maybe thousands even of processes, and how does it kill all of them? Well, what it did is, what it does is sets a build ID environment variable to a specific value specific to this Jenkins job. And then it iterates over all the processes on the system. It does some PS equivalent on each platform, and then scans the output of that, the textual output, and then looks at the PIDs, and then asks for these PIDs whether that process has this specific build ID variable with a specific value. And if that's the case, then it knows, it's one of the jobs from this process, and then it sends that job a sick term, not even a sick kill, but just a sick term, which just tells the job, please go away, but it doesn't kill it actually. So there's tons of things that can go wrong there, like new processes get spawned while it processes that PS output of all the processes, so it doesn't even know if there's new processes coming in and stuff like that. So when I looked into that code and wondered why we sometimes have these hung processes, I learned, yeah, that's the reason, and that's not going to work. So what I did was just come up with a little C program. Luckily, most of the time these hung jobs are on Linux, because on Linux for the Garrett CI, for the Garrett jobs we run the full make check. On the other platforms we don't run the full make check, and the full make check is the one which is notorious for spawning all these JUnit and other Python unit, UI unit remote tests where you have these multiple processes. So you have a Java process or a Python process that spawns an office and then tells it to do something. And these are the processes or the process groups that are most in danger of running into this issue of having leftover processes when we killed it via the old original Jenkins way. So I concentrated on Linux and created something that at the moment only is used on Linux. It might work on Mac. Never tried it, I think, and I think Noel wanted to do something for Windows at some point, but never came around with that, so we don't have anything for Windows at the moment. And condensed down, what that kill wrapper does is, so a Jenkins job starts with the first process, which used to be the make, that you also type in your shell when you build LibreOffice, and instead of that as first job, we now have this kill wrapper program, which then invokes the make and all the processes hanging off that, but it invokes that make in a so-called new process group. That's a POSIX concept where you need to do some voodoo with your process, and then you have a new process group. And the great thing about these process groups is that you can kill all process in that process group at once atomically, and none can survive. So you can't have this issue that there's new processes being spawned while you kill the other ones. So this is a surefire way to kill all of the processes that got spawned by that one Jenkins job. And that works remarkably well, I think. I can't remember we ever ran into any issue that could be explained by some bug in that kill wrapper ever since. I guess we have like 2 or 3 years. I can't remember when. But yeah, that's kind of problem solved there. And we now know we can get rid of that process group, but we still want to know, why did it hang? Was it just, again, this notorious flaky test that hangs every 1000th run, or was it something you introduced with your Garrett change? So before we kill all the processes with this one kill minus group ID SIGKILL, which erases all of the stuff that was going on, we'd like to learn about the state of this hung scenario, so of all the processes that are still running and where they are hanging and why they are hanging and what's going on there. So the nicest thing we could get is, of course, run all of this in some kind of virtual machine, and if it hangs, then give that virtual machine image to a developer who can look into that, but we don't have that. So the second best thing we have is, at the point where we kill, or before we kill everything, just dump as much information as we can out of the state of this process tree. And that's the notorious large blob of data that when you look into the console output of a hung Jenkins or kill wrapper killed Jenkins job, then at the end of it, there's a long blob of data. And as I asked in the beginning, probably most of you never look into that, and I want to explain a bit what you see there when you look into it, when you dare
open the lid and just take a peek. So what's interesting information? Of course, it's the tree of processes that are still running with all their arguments, with all their process IDs, so you can get an idea of what's still hanging there. Then from the processes also their back traces to know what they're actually executing at, or at what point they got blocked and hanging. And later we also learned it might be interesting to see the log files that are written. So when you do a normal make job, then we don't print out all the output that gets generated, but would only print it when the job fails. But when we kill it, then it doesn't fail, so it never prints anything. It doesn't come around to the point where it would print the failed logs output, because we just kill it hard. So we need to do a trick to find the log files and print them. And that works nicely on Linux as well. And that's what we do. I introduced that a bit later. So yeah, that's again what we do before we terminate everything. We run this little script that is supposed to generate all the data or gather all the data. I did that not in the C program itself, because it's easier to do such things in a script. And I took Perl for no particular reason except that it is available on all these Jenkins machines, and it's not Python, so that's a little +1 there. And what it does is, if you can think of new things that we should add there, then it's relatively easy to do that. You just need to add to this. It's in the load repository, so you can extend that script. Just need to make sure that it's something that's available on these CentOS 7 build machines. So it does this PS tree thing of showing all the processes. Then for all the interesting processes, so I don't do that for the shell scripts that execute the recipes, because that's uninteresting for us, but for the Java and the S-Office and S-Office bin processes, it prints all the back traces, the raw ones, as well as the Python ones, in case it's a Python process. So GDB has this nice PyBT, which looks if this process is running some Python, and then it prints the Python back traces, and otherwise it just says, sorry, this is not a Python process. So that works rather nicely to print all the information that we can, even if it's a Python process, then you get the raw, or the real Python back traces in addition to the raw ones. And it dumps all the log files, as I said, and for that it looks into the proc tree to find the standard error symlinks of all the processes that we are still running, because these symlinks are the same as the log files, or they point to the log files that we actually write. So that's a nice way of gathering all the log files, because otherwise it would be hard to get an idea. We have these processes still running, but what are their log files? So that's a trick I use there to gather all the log files that are being still open. But as I said, it's quite tons of data. And I already mentioned this in passing, so the Jenkins machines are just still CentOS 7 baseline, so they don't have some of the features that would be nice. So the PS tree command that is there, for example, doesn't have a -t, so it shows all the threads per process with all their thread IDs, which would be suppressed with a -t. So there's even more output. And I tried a GDB backtrace full, which also prints local variables, but I think either it was too slow in the end, or it had some issues with pretty printing and Python. I can't remember, but I had to disable that again. And we could also try to maybe use JStack to print Java stacks or readable Java stacks of processes that are running Java. We don't do that at the moment. I can't remember whether that wasn't working on those machines, or we never needed it until now, but that's something one could look into, for example. And with that, and a few minutes left, we'll go over to the real meat. So I have prepared some, hope that's readable at that size, have prepared some rogue Garrett change that
introduces some bad deadlocks into some test code. And of course, what I then get is that the Jenkins job says that it got killed by the kill wrapper. Of course, the ClangDB util one, because that's the one that runs the make check, and I poisoned some of the make checks. So if you daringly click on this, then it brings you to this, tons of output that you see there, and especially because I had to make the screen size larger, it now shows, of course, this PS tree output, this tree in a rather, let me see if that looks, that's still kind of, even at 100%, these lines are so long that you don't nicely see that it's a tree, but it prints all the process arguments for all of the processes. So it shows the makes at the tops, and then at the top, and then the shells that run the recipes, and then here we get to a Java that is probably a Java unit test, and if you look at the end of the line somewhere, then it says where the log file is getting, or where the user installation file. So this is JUnit test framework complex. So that's kind of a first tip for you, what process fails. So always look at the end of the lines where you see the workdir directories belonging to this test, and then you have an idea, that's that test. And then there's the ES-Office, ES-Office bin, and as I said, the PS tree lacking the -t also shows all the other threads per process. And then we come to a second block, and there's again the shells, and then we see a Python somewhere. There's a Python up there, and that long line ends with UI test writer tests 5. So we get an idea that there's still a second test also hanging, and that's a UI test named writer tests 5. And then the PS tree trails off. And what comes next? Is that readable at that size? So I'll leave it at that, or? I think the rest is not that demanding in width, so I can go a bit further in. So then comes, for every process that is not a shell process, it calls GDB on that process to print all the Python and all the raw backtraces, and also gives the registers just in case. So the first one that it picks is the Java one, which is completely uninteresting because it just shows you how Java is implemented, and we'll have to scroll through that. So you have to look at the PID, look at the process tree to see, that's a Java process, that's uninteresting at the moment. I'll just wade through that. And then comes the next one, which is a short one with just 2 threads, and that's because it's that OO splash thing that's between the Java and the real ES-Office bin, so that's also uninteresting. So if you see something with 2 short threads, then it's an OO splash. You scroll past that as well. And the third one is then the first ES-Office bin from the Java test. Now you can look into that. You don't see that much interesting here. I'll give a spoiler, and the issue is, I think, in this thread number 2, because from Java we do a remote binary ERB incoming request. You see that here down there, and that's the place where I poisoned the Java test to call something in the ES-Office, and that something in the ES-Office is that must be another thread. This one is doing, or maybe it is the one. yes, I'll hurry up. So there's, so we didn't find out anything about the Java test. That's an output as well. Sometimes it's too confusing to learn anything. But we still have the other test. That was a Python one, and ta-da-da-da, here we have Python backtrace. And Python does its backtraces the other way around. I think also in this case, so the most interesting line is now the topmost one that says that we are in this writer tests 5 x window pi file line 143, and that's exactly where I introduced that poisoning, where I call into the LibreOffice to do something bad. So if you then see this, you can go, the Python job stopped there, then I can look into the Python file and see why it stopped there and debug from there. And the Python file, so this is what the Python file does. Here, down here is how I poisoned the Python file to call not the toolkit, service, but the deadlock service that I introduced here, and the deadlock service just tries to lock a mutex twice, which doesn't work, which deadlocks. So that's how I managed to create this garage change for our testing purposes. And we're over the end now, so no questions, no answers. Enjoy. Alrighty. More Jenkins stuff, essentially. Good. Then let's get started. So this is about essentially kind of rehash of the FOSDEM talk, essentially an update on CI improvements and suggestions. All of that was funded by the Prototype Fund, which is a German Ministry of Education and Family, I believe, budget that funds twice a year, funds open source projects for a while. So we're very grateful for that. Work was done by Svante and my son Linus and myself. Mission was for LibreOffice, for the continuous integration, develop some glue code so that we can integrate more data providers easily, get new and shiny tools because of that, without too much disruption for the setup that we have. And by that, like with those nice and shiny tools, perhaps create some incentives for developers and QA to do the right thing, which is do better work, like better code, better patches, changes that create fewer problems. And there was the idea that perhaps we can also use that for some automated feature location. So this idea that someone comes on the IRC in the middle of the night and there's no one around and asks like, there's bug XY and where's the code for something? And then no one is there, and grabbing for get attribute in LibreOffice or get rid is giving you like thousands of hits, so that's not going to really fly. So the idea is kind of, so if you have something that is a feature and you can run that on the code, and you can see where the code, like which part of the code base is touched by that feature, you have a much smaller set of lines or files to look into to find the functionality.
Where we started was this, there's a ton of tools, like both data providers and data sinks and analyzers and Jenkins plugins that kind of render something nicely. And then you quickly end up with some N to M to N to O problems. So you get N languages, like we got Java and C++ and Python and C# and what else have you not. So all of that will need to be kind of covered by some data provider, like coverage analysis. Then you have different CI systems. For us, that's Jenkins, but there's other projects out there who use GitHub Actions or Travis CI or something else. And then you have the actual tools, like the data analysis tools that need to operate on that data and need to kind of be plugged into the CI systems or just sit on a separate website, but also need to be triggered. So for that, what we thought would be nice is kind of have it orthogonal. Like, so you have a data provider that sticks things into some database, and then you have some CI implementation that kind of triggers that database filling, and then you have an analysis tool that is also kind of separate and pulls from the database, instead of something that only works in Jenkins and only works with Covertura XML, which is a coverage format that's kind of prominent in Java land. And you always have this problem like, I need to generate this XML, and I can only use it in Jenkins. If I want to use it somewhere else, I need to re-implement it. Shiny new tools, so there's quite a chunk what we could do. So this is mostly Java, so there's some coverage analysis. That's another coverage analysis. That's the first, that's actually what triggered the idea. That's some API abstraction for Jenkins at least, where you can plug in several tools that feed this rendering and this display. Yeah, and that's kind of, so you can, this coverage API plugin, that's meanwhile installed. I think, I don't know, was it you, Claude, or Guillaume? One of you installed that on the on our CI, and you get some nice drill down lists, like how much coverage did you get in total when you run make check or make slow check, and you get some nice bars there, like how much of your code is covered, or you can get this nice grid view where you can also kind of drill down, like what is touched and what is not touched. And that is also something that that we want to use for this kind of feature map, like where is the code? We'll get to that in a second. Yeah, more tools from that ecosystem. Yeah, just a long laundry list of things. Some of them we're already using. So there's CPP check, for example, that we have installed as a plugin for Jenkins. Jenkins tends to, like with a higher level analysis, tends to kind of skew towards Java, for better or worse. I mean, Jenkins is made in Java, so kind of Jenkins developers probably have some tendency to target their nice shiny tools to Java. So for something that is C++ or for Python, there's always a bit of an extra mile that you need to walk to use that. But it's also kind of a nice, like, carrot dangling in front of your head, like, oh, those Java developers have something nice there, why can't we have something nice as well? Yeah, for incentive creation, so it's kind of useful to automate. So you want, in a review, you don't want to point out, like I don't know, like we do with Clang format, like you don't want to do the manual work as a reviewer usually, and it's also useful if you're pushing your patch and then you're getting the review very quickly, and not like after 2 days when somebody looked at it and says, nah, I don't like this -1 because something isn't quite right. And so whatever the computer can do for you, let the computer do for you. So you want to automate And whether you want to whether you want this to kind of -1 your patch, or whether you just wanted to have a warning, is a matter of debate. I'm kind of more into this nudging thing, like it should have a warning, it should have a nice metric, it should have something red there, and then kind of create some incentives that people would kind of just write better patches. Yeah, so this kind of, there's some metrics things. So for example, this is some code coverage, in this case for some Java, for the ODF toolkit. So it's kind of nice, like when your patch goes in, the metric, like uncovered lines go down and covered lines go up. So that's kind of nice and rewarding. So yeah, then this kind of feature map thing. So the idea behind that is if you have a coverage analysis, you know what your code touches. So if you have a baseline, let's say you open just an empty document, and then you open a document with a line of text in there, then the difference between the two is probably indicative of the difference in the content. Let's say there's a document that contains an image, or there's a document that doesn't contain an image, and there's probably image loading code then touched, or image loading code is probably always touched because you need to load icons, but there's very specific documents or document-specific image loading code that it's touched when there's a document in the image. Same is true for something like bold or italic or any kind of feature, or just clicking a button so a dialog pops open, then you know where the dialog is. And you can say, yeah, but that's not so hard because you just grab for the string and the dialog, but it's kind of fuzzy science, and it depends like on the strings, and it's also kind of, it's a bit harder to explain rather than telling someone who's a newcomer, click the button or search for the help blurb, and then there's a nice kind of ready-made database with code locations that you can start looking at, or put a breakpoint there, and that will lead you to the right place. So yeah, so you have a baseline, and you have a specific orthogonal feature like text that is bold. Then you run it, you create the coverage, you compute the difference, and then you get something that you can see in this grid view. This guy here, that only contains the bits that are different, and that is significantly smaller amount of code than checking all of writer or just. I mean, we all have our heuristics. So we when we need to find the code, we have our heuristics how to find that, but it's not very easy to teach those, and they're not easily written down. So having something that automates that would be quite useful. So yeah, that's again some illustration of how that is meant. A quick update on where we are. So most of what I said, I already said in February. We did make some progress. So we started with setting up on CI LibreOffice.org. There was some installing the extensions, running the first jobs, figuring out and working around all the problems, annoying Cloth a little bit by breaking an installation or two. Thanks for fixing that. So what we need is, so the challenge is that CI is a very, 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 very important system, and breaking that is not something that I want to be guilty of. On the other hand, since it's kind of, it's hard, it's very easy to break it. So both on the builder side, like when in this particular case, I was installing a Python version, and the result of that was that the Android build was breaking because it was picking up the system Python all of a sudden, but then there was a developer package missing. So the brittleness of the system is on a level that at least I was kind of quite hesitant to touch much of that. So I was taking one particular builder and equipping it with the prerequisites to run C++ coverage analysis. And I was installing a bit of Python code there that we developed that would parse that coverage data, kind of compress it a bit, optimize it a little bit, and then send it out to some database server. So the only thing that we wanted to do then on the CI was the minimal thing, which is the data generation and collection, and everything else would just be somewhere else. So we could have some nice greenfield project, and we could break that as we like, but we wouldn't affect so much the daily operations. So as such, that was kind of minimal. So we had Cobertura, that's this format thing, this coverage format, forensic API. I don't know what that was used for, but I think we just added that. There's two demo jobs. One is this this LCOF thing. I think that is from Martin. And that's just driving this Jenkins LCOF. So from this LODE repo, just driving that Jenkins LCOF script. And what we did, we did a second setup that I can show you. So that's a bit more here, but it's essentially duplicating the LCOF setup and running that with a bit more bells and whistles to generate a baseline and a number of feature tests on top. And there's the first change there with some minimal setup, so that has just a bunch of ODF files generated by ODF toolkit, like synthesize, so it's easy to generate many more of that, because once you get, at least for ODF, there's a pretty good idea what a feature is. You can just generate those files, and then you just load them one by one. And with the usual tricks, you can run them one by one, so you can just say, yeah, this was that CPP unit test name, and just run one. So first you run the baseline, and then you run the bold and the italic and the image and the table, etc., and convert that and then stick it into the database. And that's the code that's running down here. And then there was, very usefully, there was already some credentials provider installed, so I didn't need to touch that. So you can kind of inject the API write key into that script, so it would like not be visible anywhere and then not hard coded anywhere. Yeah, so that is working mostly, and it's feeding the database. So that's like per commit, you got like n runs. So it's like a tree. There's like LibreOffice, and then there's the master branch, and then there's commits, as many as you run this for, and then per commit you got a number of tests that are run. And on the other end, there's a test Jenkins, some demo server from Allotropia right now that also hosts the database, where we can then run those analysis steps, and that's kind of work in progress. But we're quite happy that actually the side on the LibreOffice side that is working now. The code is on GitLab and under this CoverRest project, and there's some front end thing, and there's a database, like an API generated, and a database backend, and some conversion scripts for ingesting the several coverage data formats, and this Jenkins plugin for the visualization, this coverage API thing that we also need to extend, because that wants to ingest directly, that want to read directly from the database. Right, so did you actually see what I was telling you? No, you didn't. Sorry for that. I was looking at this. That's a shame. So you were looking at the static slide while I was kind of rambling on. Sorry. So that is clearly not ideal. So what I was showing you is this guy here. So yeah, sorry, that has to do. Otherwise, we're running out of time. But that is the LO coverage Linux 64, and that is tied to one specific builder somewhere here. Yeah, this coverage label, and that's served by, I think, Tinderbox 58 or something, or 85. And that has that specific setup, like with Python and the code there. And in theory, we could then, if we want to roll that out, we need more build power there. The usual trick, like with the LODE setup, that would then kind of pull that in. The only prerequisite really is some reasonably recent Python 3.6, I believe. That should be available also on CentOS 7. And the code itself that can live under, it's just a git checkout from this repo here. So also to show you that, so that's GitLab cover minus rest with all the code there like in one place. Okay, so right, back to that. Yeah, the initial idea was to actually run that on the Jenkins host, and that failed quite spectacularly because first we ran it with the full coverage, like without this diffing thing, like just the difference, but with the full coverage, dated at some 400 something megabytes of XML, and just the thing was keeling over. And I'm quite glad I didn't try that on the production Jenkins, but on some other host. So that would have been not so nice. Yeah, and I mentioned that, right? And in the end, it turns out that's a bit of a blessing in disguise, because of this already pretty loaded and complex and kind of slightly creaky system that sometimes with a reboot takes half a day. Not to add more complexity to that, and rather put it on the side. Yeah, and that's the idea, just as a visualization, like data collection, which is minimal, and then data processing on this demo server. Yeah, that's the concept of this mapping, like where is the code that does something. The test that we're running there, that's this very simple thing. That's this kind of the most trivial thing to do. Just load the document. Then, well, it has some nice names. So then there's a little set script that parses it out of that file and then runs it one by one. Can certainly be made nicer. The make target for that, for building all of that kind of feature test is make coverage. That just landed recently, some 2-3 weeks ago, in master, and the change is this guy here, if you are curious. The same thing, but it's a bit easier because it's much less code, and it's already Java, so we get lots of those tools for free. Would be nice to do for ODF Toolkit, which is a TDF project since a while, but so far it's always only been built, maintained, released on GitHub. But we do have some Java stuff collected over the years, so that could be an idea. Then the question is, I think we do have, we have 5 minutes, whether that's maybe an idea, because this demo thing, this demo server, I think that's not something that, like turning this into something that is production ready, probably it should be running on TDF premises. And then the question comes up whether it maybe would make sense to have a second Jenkins instance for those smaller projects, so not to get in the way, and also to run those C++ analysis stuff there, because it's kind of a heavy burden. Yeah, at least for the next half a year, I'm not feeling comfortable putting that on the main instance. Right. And that's the end of, that's not the slides that you're seeing. How you doing? So, yeah, that's the end of that kind of pitch for that. As I said, it's kind of work in progress, but it will always be work in progress, because that's kind of endless opportunities there. My commitment is that I will continue working on that. I will occasionally have a talk filed, so that will kick me into action to work a bit more on that. So we're making slow progress. As I said, the database is filled now. The analysis is not working yet because the extraction bit, like running this code coverage plugin and then pulling from the database, doesn't work yet. But yeah, it's probably just a week or two before that starts, and then at some stage probably worth announcing that for the project. And in any case, your feedback appreciated, whether that's a silly idea or whether you got something ready there already that we should use instead, or anything of that kind. There must be some sort of feedback, at least, Clough, some sort of take on this. Should we put it all on one server? Should we have more than one? Should we have 10? Should we have that like separated between C++ and Java?
I think running the analysis of the Jenkins instance makes sense to have the coverage and not influencing the daily business of the process. But apart from that, I think it's easy to scale. Because you're not needing the machines 24/7. You can run it once a week and still get enough data.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that might be an option. It depends a bit on. It's hard to say, and it's then at some stage we need to try that, like on the live instance, whether that's going to blow up or not. So for certain, if we want to show the full coverage, which means like like run all the tests and then see where we lack coverage and use this nice visualization, that's going to blow up on the at least on the current setup. So that easily eats like north of 100 gigabyte of memory, because it's extremely silly. We can fix the plugin, of course, but it's kind of parsing the XML into memory in Java and then working on that and blowing it up by a factor of, I don't know, 100. Whatever, but it eats a lot of memory, and it also it tends to saturate. I don't know if there's any way for Jenkins to say kind of ionize this plugin here, like don't take everything that the machine has, just because some plugin wants to do something. And unless that is not possible, because it also takes time. So it just, if Jenkins is not responding in 15 minutes, I think people will be quite unhappy. Okay. So yeah, we will see. So then, but it's good to hear that otherwise you are not terribly worried. And for the ODF toolkit, that's kind of that's like 2 orders of magnitude smaller in terms of load and pain. Okay, and thanks a lot. And if you got any kind of feedback, I mean, I'm around here like hallway, and you will meet me or shoot me an email. Thanks everyone.
Hello. Yes, hello everyone. My name is Cisco Fauli. I work for the Document Foundation, and yeah, now I'm going to talk about scrapping the Crash Report website and why I'm recently doing it. Basically, when crash occurs on, well, in LibreOffice, then the users are prompted with this dialog. So basically, LibreOffice creates a mini dump of the crash with a breakpad, and then if the user agrees, this dump is sent to the crashed report instance we have, which is based on the one that Firefox implemented initially. So yeah, it was implemented for LibreOffice by Marcus Morar. It was back in 2016, and it started to be implemented in LibreOffice 5.2. So far, we have in the instance, we have 166 versions of LibreOffice already, and so far, almost, 14 million crashes were reported there. So basically, when you go to the website, which is crashreport.libreoffice.org or documentfoundation.org. This is the main page that you find. You have a drop-down list on top with the versions, and on top you have the versions displayed on this chart. So you see the evolution of reports in this case, in the last 7 days. And then when you check every version, this is what you find. This is, there is a list of reports sorted by the number of reports. So on top sorry, on top, oh, sorry. So on top, we will see the most reported crashes and then sorted in that way. And then if we click on one of them, one of these signatures, then we have the list of the reports, when they were reported, the version and the platform. And finally, if we click on one of these reports for each signature, then we have, for instance, here the information about the versions where this crash was reported, information about operating system, the count of reports, CPU, and we also have some details about this specific report, and yeah, then we also have the traces, which is yeah, the information the user sent. So yeah, the problem that I find with the crash report website is that in order to get information about, for instance, the traces of specific crash report, you have to click a lot of links and go to a lot of pages. Then the website, it's really slow because I guess because of the number of reports we already have there, and it takes a lot of time, and yeah, it's very, very slow. And then, like, when the traces are reported for Windows platforms, they use backslashes, so then if you want to check it in your local build, like in my case I use Linux, then I have to change them to normal slashes, so it's a bit annoying. And then, sorry again, as I said, the crashes are sorted by date. So as we saw before, in here, this is for a specific crash signature. They are sorted by day of the report. So if we want to check the most recent ones, we have to go to the last page. And for some crash reports, we have hundreds of pages. So then it's another click that you have to perform. And yeah, it takes time, it's slow. And so yeah, at some point, I decided, okay, maybe it's better if we, well, have it like in one place, all the information about a specific version of LibreOffice. So then I decided to create a little script that basically scraps all this information into, well, I decided to put it in the CSV file. So basically what it does is it goes to the page of a specific version, gets all the signatures we have there. Then for each signature crash, then we go to the last page, which normally are, well, they are the most recent ones. And then for a recent crash report, from there we get the information we want to extract. And then finally, we just create a CSV file with all this information. So this is basically the script. We just call the version, and here we also use the parameter of the local repository, and I'm going to explain later why. And yeah, this is basically all the information we retrieve for a specific crash report, but I'm going to show it in a demo. I think it's easier to understand. So, yeah, basically, this is the information. Oh, okay, wait. Okay. Well, whatever. Yeah, so basically this is the document that is generated by the script. So, for instance, we have this crash signature here. We have the number of reports that are in the crash report website. Then, when the first crash report for that signature was reported, the last one, and then we take a specific report, which ID is this one. We see the version for this. Probably when the script tries to get one for the version that we use as a parameter, but if not, then it gets it from previous version. And then we get this information from the website, which is the reason that it gives that it happened, the crash. Then the platform, and here basically this is the traces of the crash, the document, and then the line where it happens, and finally, here, finally, that's the reason why we use the repository parameter. Here we have the specific line where those traces are. So now it's easier to find for a specific crash. So for instance, there are some straightforward crashes which are divided by 0, like this one, exception in divided by 0, or maybe not this one, but let me look for one that it's. Yeah, for instance, we have this one here, which is a crash, and the reason it's divided by 0. Then here we have the traces, and we already have here the code that it's executed. So if we look at the top of the trace, we see that, well, it's divided by n calls. So yeah, something fishy there. So we can just go to the code and check it. But yeah, otherwise, it's not. From the crash report website, it's really difficult to pinpoint these kind of crashes. So I think in this regard, having it in a spreadsheet helps a bit. So yeah. So, yeah, I started a few weeks ago with this script. So yeah, I started with 7.3.3.2, and I sent these reports to the mailing list, the development mailing list, so others can also check. Yeah, so far I've sent 4 reports for different versions of LibreOffice. I think it was 7.3.3, 7.3.4, 7.3.5, and then 7.4.0, the most recent one. And yeah, I collected some of the crashes that were already fixed, I think because of this document, of these reports. So at least I could identify 13 divided by 0 crashes that were fixed. Then also around 10 null, the references crashes that were also fixed, and 2 other crashes that fixed. And yeah, I want to thank Stefan and Kaolan who took the time to look at these reports I sent, and they could identify some of the crashes and fix them. And this is a chart of number of reports we have had over time. And well, when we started, we got a lot of them. I know that at the time, Marcus spent, and probably others, spent time fixing probably the most obvious ones. But then since 5.3 until 7.1, it was kind of flat, the number of reports, and surprisingly in 7.2 and 7.3 there is a drop in the number of reports. I believe it's because we have fixed them, or maybe we have less users, but Italon said this morning that the number of downloads is increasing, so I believe we have less crash reports nowadays, which is great, and I hope to even reduce it further, this number of crash reports. So yeah, that's it. I think that was quick. You have any question? Yeah? Yeah, well, I didn't add it to the, so yeah, the question is if I consider to add it to the crash report website itself. And yeah, that's something that I thought about. I just wanted, because for me, writing this script was quite quick, so I just wanted to play a bit with it to see if there was any benefit in having it. So yeah, I think the to-do thing would be to integrate it in the crash report. Yeah. Any other question? Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. I think on the one hand, it's we just have, I mean, knowing for instance, knowing the number of reports for an old version, I think can be useful, but I don't think having all the information for specific crash reports from old versions, maybe it's not useful anymore. So maybe part of it can be clean. I don't know, that's something that, I mean, we are adding more versions and we are having more crashes, and well, sorry, at some point, maybe that's something that we have to decide to whether get rid of all reports or not, because I don't know if we don't have infinite resources to keep them. I don't know. Do you have any information about like the current size of the crash reports, like how many gigabytes we have for in information?
I don't know, but I think it's 120 gigabyte database right now.
Okay. Yeah, that could be another solution. Yeah, yeah. We should also check whether if we get rid of all versions, if it's faster. I mean, I believe that's the reason why it's slow, but we should check. Okay. Any other question?
Well, the question was just a comment that yes, that's very useful. That there's whenever I look at your mails, I could find something in there where I thought that might be something I could
great.
provide a fix for. So there's columns that don't make much sense, or
Yeah.
there's some that lack stack traces, or this reason thing I think is very Windows specific maybe, so I'm more familiar with the Linux crashes, and I think at some point I had to look into the breakpoint code to make sense of what's presented there, but overall it's, thanks.
Okay. Yeah, thanks to you for fixing those crashes. Yeah, happy to know that it's useful. Yeah, and yeah, for the reason column, actually there are only 4 or 5 categories. But at least for this specific one, the divide by int0, that's I found it useful because it's easy to pinpoint those. Okay, thank you.
That's a question from the ICU. Why not use the data from the site directly, like it's also done for the database would be.
Question to Cisco, why not using that directly from the crash report website database? Yeah, that could be another option. But I think you need an API too for that.
Well, I'm not sure what he
Yeah, I believe it's like querying the information from the database directly, but I don't have access to that. So unless there is an API for that, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if Hossein, I answered your question.